Uh, hello, world. It has been so dang long. I freaking get rid of this. Alt P, no. Whatever. That'll bug the crap out of someone, but I don't care. Yeah. I guess we'll get the game started first before I do whatever. So we're playing Darksiders 3 again. I think we originally played it when it came out, maybe 3 years ago. So the DLC has all come out. Not 3 years ago, more like 2. Yeah, all the DLCs come out. They've made a lot of changes since then. There's new areas, a lot of new equipment, a lot of good stuff. I'm hype on it. There is a new game plus, but because they added so many new areas, I'm just gonna end up re-exploring everything. So I think I will just, make a new game. And they added a new difficulty as well, which we're gonna pick because we're stupid. Dodge windows reduce enemy damage and health drastically. Oof. Bring it. Okay, so first major change they did, I think this only does 2 things, but basically my main complaint with the original game was you're encouraged to do arcane counters for big damage. However, when you're doing the slow-mo big counter attack, you're still vulnerable to attacks, so you just end up getting danked. And that's not okay. In addition to that, this makes it so items like instantly get used instead of having to like crush it in your hands or whatever. Slow animation. But basically, for making the arcane counters work in a reasonable manner, we're gonna go with classic, which makes it easier, I guess. I don't know. What is this? What is Nightmare? As I said, they made a lot of changes. Let's look this up. Darksiders 3 Nightmare. Simulator challenge to gauge by erasing your save when you die. Holy shit. No, I will do that on my own time. Oh, it tells me right there. I'm stupid. No. No, dear God, no.
Why did the Creator construct a universe teeming
Game's
with
up.
imperfection, misery, sin? Among the scholars of both heaven and hell, this query is known as the riddle of sorrows. If sin is itself a part of the grand design, is not sin then, by definition, divine? A question for the sages. The one particularly restless bunch kept a robust relationship to the topic. The Nephilim. Spawn of angels and demons. Warriors, relentless, unstoppable, blood-mad. Until they were betrayed by 4 of their own. War, death, fury, and strife. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Inconceivable power was bestowed upon the traitors by those sworn to maintain symmetry twixt order and chaos. The Charred Council. Bear witness as the Council holds court to end the Nephilim War in the name of balance. This is the new pact. War, bringer of worldwide fire. You are the juggernaut of all pain. Death, dark soul of parts of that which lives and breathes. And finally, fury. Terrible engine of rage. You are the machine that...
Are we to waste our time on ceremony, or are we to fight?
Step forward and recognize, horseman. You are the most impatient of your kin. The least predictable, dancing on the edge of your own reality. Your brothers understand the undertaking set before them. But do you?
Still talking! Shall I have Death fetch us some tea, or can we get on with it?
Fury, your role in this story is yet to be written. I wonder, will you light the flame of creation anew? Or stomp out the embers for good?
Dreams more thrilling than reality. Had I known the new pact would be so exciting, I would have let walls separate my head from my neck then and there. Is it possible to die of boredom? Rampage. Bored as I am, perhaps you're just lazy. If I didn't love you so much, I'd kill you just for something to do. The call? Finally. Please, please, please tell me you're a planet of demons that needs slaying. Or two. War. What pathetic fate have you brought upon yourself, brother?
Watch your tongue.
I may be least favored of all the horsemen, but my tongue never found me chained to a rock like some dog.
Fury, approach us.
I take it there is a mess that needs tending to.
Though you jest, you speak true. War has broken his vows to this council, and shattered the seventh seal.
The apocalypse. Why would he...
We know not. Yet. As we speak, Earth falls beneath the spears of heaven and the hammers of hell.
So the horsemen are to ride.
No. While the Charred Council seeks to understand how and why the traitor war has committed this abominable act, there is a matter that requires delicate attention.
You should have called Strife. He's the delicate one.
The 7 deadly sins have been released, by whom we cannot say, but the 7 roam the earth, free of our prison. The balance between order and chaos is already in jeopardy. The 7 cannot be left unchecked. War is in chains. Death is missing. Strife attends to other matters. The last time you faced the sins, it required all 4 of you.
I can handle those fools in my sleep. But when this task is complete, I demand that you grant me my rightful place leading the horsemen.
If you would trade obedience for a title, so be it. But never make a demand upon us, horsemen. You depart immediately.
Greetings, Miss Fury. I must admit, this is a fortuitous fate.
A watcher? You doubt my allegiance?
Please, be not cross. I am such an admirer. Scratch that. I'm a fan. You are the horseman. The only one that matters.
Enough! I will allow you to accompany me. Just stay out of my way.
I will be as unto a shadow. Steadfast. Silent.
More silence!
Go! Seek out the place called Haven. Your quest for the Seven Deadly begins there.
Fury. Wait. Whatever has passed between us, search your heart. I cannot believe I am guilty of these crimes. Something is wrong with the universe. Be vigilant, Fury. Forces conspire against us. Heed my words!
Alright, are we in game now? How's everything looking? Should I like zoom the camera maybe? Or nah, what's it matter, I'm ugly. So it has did I really just oh, my controller turned off because of the cutscene. Right, it's been like 6 months since I've streamed anything. Since we rage quit Legend of Grimrock, I just wasn't feeling it for a while. Now we're doing this. I think our original plan was to do Skyward Sword, but that's gonna take a little more effort than I thought since I want to play Hero Mode, which means I need to use my original Wii, but I need to like buy an HDMI converter or transfer it to my Wii U. So yeah, it's gonna be something. I'll probably go for the converter since it's like $10, but still time. Good news is it means I have plenty of games and other stuff to talk about. Right, so if I somehow have a returning fan, which of course I don't, you'll notice that we're not doing the freaking Windows stream. I've come to the realization that that was, you know, never a good idea. I was aware of it, but, you know, like, what's the point of recording it if nobody's going to watch it? I need to make it as most appealing as possible, even though I would prefer it to be in a window, a lot of people would not. So we're doing this instead. Obviously the game just throws stuff in the corners because there's nothing going to be important over there, so I put me up in the corner that's not used. And we're doing like a straight desktop capture so you can see my chat overlay, otherwise that'd be hidden.
We're close to one of the 7. I just know it. I hope it's not enemy.
I open my inventory. Okay, so one of the earlier changes they made was the scaling on levels. It's just like it goes on better before it starts to soft dampen, whatever. Like when you get to 50 points or whatever, it just starts to be nothing whenever you level up. They realized that people were hitting that cap too early, so they made it like stronger for longer. Which works because they added more areas, so like, you know, it's good. With the weapons, every elemental type now has a second form, so there's a lot more weapon variety, I guess. This armor, originally there were only these two, the normal armor and the pre-order suit. They added a bunch of new suits to, like, jive with different play styles. Like, I think there's one for each of the elements, and probably one that gives you more health or whatever, stuff like that. That's all good stuff. You see how many locks there are up there? Normally there were only the whip and 4 other weapons. Now there's like a lot more. Healing item. Rapid attacks require a full bar of wrath to execute. Yeah, no use the animation. I honestly didn't mind it. I wish that they said it as 2 separate things. I just want, like, the arcane counters to not suck. But, you know, I don't mind not slowing down the gameplay to, like, keep fighting it as well. While jumping, X activate whip sprung. Is there no aerial? No, there is. This game starts with a boss fight. An easy one.
Haven. A haven for what? Vermin?
Humans, mistress.
Adorable. Build a house of sticks during the end of the world. Where exactly do we go from here, Watcher?
I know not but what the Council commands, mistress. The quest for the 7 begins here.
Envy.
Mine! Humans, haven, everything here! Mine! Move on, horsemen, or ye be mine too!
I'm on a mission.
Protecting humans? Humans think creation favors them. They are apes, crawling through dirt.
Quite the grudge you're carrying.
What they have, I will take. When they have nothing left, they will be my playthings until they break. You cannot stop me!
Oh, I don't want to. Humanity is tragically overrated. I am not here for them. I'm all yours.
No!
How do I walk on? There, you see, that's a moment where I would have eaten shit in the normal mode. Because I slowed down to attack, but nothing happens with them. And that always fucked me up. Yeah, I can't figure out how to lock on. It's gotta be one of the face buttons. Because it's not the sticks. And holding L just, like, shoulder locks the camera, but... Oh, I guess it is a lock on. I just didn't notice. Alright, we'll get back there quickly. That is a sprint. She just doesn't look very much like she's sprinting. So despite there being no use animation, I still can't use it while I'm attacking. I have to stop everything, which is really weird. I guess it's just like a lazy implementation of the feature. Alright, that's fine. You can say it doesn't completely take away the challenge of it, right? So I don't want to go into a big conversation just yet, because we've obviously got cutscenes ahead of us still for a while. Until we get to the town, at least. So I guess I can just talk about what I've been up to in the meantime. So obviously I stopped around, like, the start of June. So, you know, summer. I live in a touristy area, work picked up. Not that I didn't have free time, I just, again, wasn't really in the mood with other stuff on my mind, but... you know, it's fall now, so we're slow-ish again. We still got freaking leafers from New York, something I'll never understand, considering how much New York is still foresty. There's also, like, Connecticut, which is even less inhabited than Pennsylvania, but whatever. That's a swingy point. So, you know, it's been like 6 months with the new job, and I don't mind it. It's definitely better. Well, I've seen it at its busiest when the place is at max capacity. So, I can definitely handle it. It's not like a restaurant where when you're busy, it means that you're leaving an hour or two late. Platforming. See, I really like the freedom that I have with it. Like, you know, I'm basically in charge of myself the whole day. In fact, the people in charge of me leave at like 8 and I'm there till 11:30, so... Yeah, that's pretty great. I feel trusted. I'm trying to do the delayed attack because it's like a stab type thing. Keep some distance. Ah. Am I missing something? Do I not double jump? Oh well. Part of me feels like I should just run back to the boss, but another part of me says I'm gonna need the experience. I don't remember how you get Nephilims or Spite back either. Is it just like at the bonfire type things, or... Serpent holes, that's what they are. Or is it like on kill?
I am your end!
Ow. I like that. The hold move is just like spam attacks. Oh, I never did a wrath attack. I've had the bar. I never. souls are in the bottom, so I gotta freaking wait. Ow, ow. Right, as I was saying, the freedom's nice. I get paid an alright amount. And right now, since things are slow, I just, like, come in, do, like, 3 hours of work, then I chill out for the next 3 hours, and then I've got another 2 hours of work. I chill out, I mean, I literally have, like, a closet I can go hide in with no cameras and play on my fucking 3DS, or my Switch if I eventually start bringing that. Apparently I missed her. What she's even doing up there, like, why don't I just stay still? I guess that's what happens. I took too long. Fuck it, we're running back to her. I'll kill a bigger boy to get XP. I don't need these chumps. Need to keep things entertaining. Let's see, what else have I done? Done more work on my game, of course. During the busy season, that was another thing I just wasn't in the mood for. But, you know, I still got some stuff done. I made a boss fight, and added sound effects finally. Still need music, but no, I'm working on it. I started working on, like, art assets and enemies for the new zone after the boss. I'm hoping to be able to put out a demo after I have this second zone finished. I don't know if I want 2 boss fights or just like 1 and a mini boss or something in there. I want the player to be able to go through the tutorial zone, fight a boss, get an upgrade so they understand this is a Metroidvania, and then like go through a single loop with the second zone. Maybe find some collectibles. Then I can start to worry about marketing. I don't know, I've changed a lot of stuff with the combat again. I feel like it's in a good place now. Especially with the sound effects, it just feels a lot better. Which is good, because I thought it felt alright before without them, so like, you know, having it with them, it feels great. There, I'm capable of doing stuff when I shut the fuck up.
Pretty. Come and get it.
Ah! That's mine!
Mistress, not to be a bother, but weren't you supposed to catch Envy?
I did.
Okay, so, like, what was the plan if she didn't encounter Envy first, though? Did she have a Pokeball on her? Like, what was gonna happen?
This talisman.
It's a vessel. Envy used it to hold energies from the rest of the seven.
It will make a fitting prison for the others once their physical forms have been broken.
If I may, there is a sort of hum emanating from the talisman. That glow.
Will indicate when one of the seven is nearby. I know.
So wise. You are all that the council promised, mistress.
I'm beginning to enjoy the sound of your voice, Watcher.
What'd she drop? Orchard crystals. Right. Money. Punched a hole in the wall over here. Small healing shard. Those are like limited use heals. I think they're regen over time too. Right, so we did play this before when it came out. I think I was still using my headset mic at the time, so it probably sounds like ass. I didn't have a webcam yet, but I kind of figured out what I was doing, so like it's not the worst. Though, considering that we're replaying this or re-exploring everything, I'm probably going to end up replacing that playthrough with this one later on.
I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't point out that even with the talisman, locating the other deadly sins will prove a challenge.
Finding Envy was easy enough.
That was a gift. One I would not count on receiving twice. Envy was also, by far, the weakest of the deadly sins.
Anything else to add?
Only what I assume you already know. The armies of both heaven and hell have cordoned off the world of man into various areas of influence. Look around us. The upheaval we have seen is the very personification of the struggle between order and chaos. You have set for yourself an unenviable task, given these environs.
That's what makes it fun. The other sins are hiding across this shattered world. They strike at angels and demons alike in their own selfish bids for power. Their hubris will lead me right to them.
Perhaps, but you will need assistance.
Whatever I need, I will take, Watcher.
Let me point out again, I did pre-order, that's how I got the gold armor, but, you know, for the normal pre-order price of, like, probably cheaper than retail, they also threw in the season pass, so I didn't pay anything to get the DLC. That was very nice of them. Not that I feel that you should pre-order DLC, because you don't know what the fuck's gonna be in it, but in this case, it's good stuff. And, you know, unless you're, like, a die-hard fan, it's obviously not... I don't think you should pre-order in general. But yeah, I was gonna play this regardless, so yeah. You know this is a bonfire. Serpent hole. You can see Volgrim's freaking thing. I don't know why it's not activating. Maybe I have to die and then it says this is the checkpoint or something.
I knew that war would one day unleash all this. But seeing it, his gifts are impressive.
When you look at controlled, interact is B, X is attack, jump. I still haven't used any wrath attacks. They're not rebindable. I've, Okay, first off, I want to point out God of War, like God of War 4, the Norse one. That is appeared on Steam. It's gonna come out in like January next year. So that's pretty insane, right? That's a first-party Sony Santa Monica Studios game. Stuff like Horizon Zero Dawn, Uncharted coming over. It was like, okay, you never expected it, but they technically aren't Sony, so they're allowed to do it once their contract's up if they think it's profitable. But this is God of War. Kratos is a fucking Sony mascot. Or, if it means ever getting the second one on PC, I'm hyped. Because my PS4 is full, and I do not want... I'd rather just install on my computer, which is also full, but I will work on doing that. It's part of why we're playing this. It's been sitting on my hard drive since we finished it, because I thought I was going to go back when the DLC came out, and it's been longer than I thought it would be. But we gotta get this off my hard drive. I bring that up because I've also been playing Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. And I've gotten used to just having the light attack on the right bumper, which is the dodge in this game. And that was also how you fought in God of War. Use the triggers, which just, I don't know, feels good. It's always been the face buttons in the past, and there's nothing wrong with that. It feels fine, but like, something about the triggers just vibes with me. I like it. I don't see a grapple point. I think there's like a move I have to do to cheese my way over there or something. Or isn't one of the things that you like turn into a rocket? Like Sonic Colors. We'll figure it out later. Oh shit. I'm pretty sure that's like water vapor or something, and use the ice thing to slide up or some bullshit. It's not rocket, it's gliding, I think. Or maybe both. It's all coming back to me. I don't remember a lot about this game. Only that I had to fucking defend it since everyone said it was Dark Souls, which... I mean, it's still very much a freaking spectacle fighter, guys. Come on. Yes, there is some Souls-like influence, but, like, it's not Dark Souls. Anyway, Sekiro. I've mentioned this before, but when it came out, I was afraid of it, alright? The game was like, no block, all parry. Very fast-paced. It's not an RPG. So, you know, I was afraid of it, because I don't like parrying, even though I'm, like, not bad at it. And I played Jedi Fallen Order, which is a lot like Sekiro, and I was like, you know what, I think I'll give Sekiro a try. So we finally picked it up, played it, and yeah, I enjoyed it. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I guess you could say it's structured sort of like this. Like, you do get a couple new movement abilities as the game goes on. There are tools you pick up which only have combat uses. It's not necessarily a Metroidvania, but, you know, something close. Something close, maybe more like the Resident Evil branch of things. Level structure is like 3 or 4 linear paths after you make it to the hub zone. And they're just, again, linear paths. They don't really branch off at all, so it's not exactly a freaking marvel of level design. But it does take advantage of how you have to backtrack to these zones and like change up the hub world a few times, which I liked. I thought that was cool. The combat was, again, not as hard as I thought it would be. And we're about to meet Vulgrim now since I died. No? Alright, whatever. I'll just explain why he's not here later. So when I see a real enemy, I'm gonna use my freaking wrath attack so I figure out what it even is. Right, so the combat's not as difficult as I thought it would be. It's actually, like, very technical. You only have light attacks. If you hold the button, you can do a stab, which is, like, you know, it takes a while, but you have reach on it. That's its only real use. It doesn't do more damage or anything. In fact, it does less posture damage than a normal attack, so it's really just for, like, hurting a guy. I think it goes through some blocks. And then, you of course, have to parry a lot. If you just do a normal block, you will take posture damage. When your posture bar fills up, you are staggered and can be, like, auto-killed, which goes both ways. You can do the same thing to most of the enemies. If you do a perfect deflect, you don't take any damage, and you don't take any posture damage. Whereas when you get into New Game Plus and beyond, you start to take chip damage on normal blocks. So, like, it's basically dodge or do a perfect guard every time, or you're just wasting your health. I think you even take chip damage on perfect guards eventually. It's just a really small amount until you go into even harder difficulties. Okay, it's just an AoE thing. So basically the goal is to stay in the fight so you can bring up their posture bar before it gets reduced to 0, and ideally you'll be able to kill them at like a third of their health gone as opposed to getting rid of their entire health bar. What's really interesting is that auto kill animation is just like the only way to kill an enemy. They don't bleed out if you don't do it. So reducing a guy's health to 0 just puts him into a posture broken state. Now I think it's an interesting system. It, like, rewards you for skillful play and not getting hit, being brave. But it makes you wonder what the point of the health is, right? Well, they thought of that. Basically, the health is the rate at which their posture regenerates, so even if you're just, like, poking them here and there, their posture will start to not go down as much over time. And in some cases, you will end up taking away a boss's entire health bar if you can't get in enough hits quick enough, which happens with some of them. See, for the most part, the bosses are like normal fights. You sit in there, you parry. They all have unique attacks. They have perilous attacks, which, like, a red kanji shows up and you're supposed to guess what it means. I don't know if it's always the same kanji or if it's a different one for the 3 types of attacks, but I can't read Japanese, so it just means beware. Basically, if they stab at you, you can perfect guard it, and that's okay. Otherwise, you can't block the other ones. They can also do a grab, which you have to dodge, or they'll do a sweeping attack, which you can, like, jump on their head to counter and do big posture damage. Early on, you unlock the Mikiri counter, which lets you dodge into the stab move and do big posture damage by, like, stepping on their sword. And it's pretty useful, but not as easy to pull off as everyone makes it out to be, though it is important to learn. And there's also the high monk move you can unlock later on, which is like a jumping axe kick, which you can use to counter both the stab and the sweep, and does the most damage, so it's basically the ultimate sub-move to equip. So you also have your prosthetic tools, of course. They all have a purpose. Like the throwing stars do big damage to guys who are in the air. The axe is for breaking shields. Flame vent is like a stun and also causes burning. There's a poison sword you can get to poison guys, obviously. Though for the most part, they are all like laughable in terms of the damage they deal. They're only good for applying effects. Or whatever their intended purpose is, like breaking a shield or whatever.
Not my concern, Watcher.
Still, a lot of them are optional, so they give you a good reason to explore. And they can be upgraded with crafting materials you pick up, kind of like in this game you pick up like adamantite shards or whatever. We're not going to talk about the story because, you know, it's esoteric as usual. It's not completely cryptic, like, you can always figure out what's going on, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's like actual cutscenes and dialogue that makes sense for once. Brought him to me, I think. Oh. But basically the goal was get to the center to save the little boy, and then he tells you to go get the MacGuffins at the ends of all the paths, then you come back, and twist, new area, more twists, and that's the game. I haven't actually finished the game. I'm at the final boss, or technically I finished it. I got one of the optional endings earlier, and it was a mistake, because it made me go into New Game Plus, which made all the enemies harder, but I didn't have all the upgrades yet, so it kind of just made things way harder. Not to mention, I think that the boss might have been harder than the actual end boss. I don't know. I can't compare because I'm playing the harder version of the end boss now. I thought what was going to happen was I was going to get the bad ending and I would be able to pick up from there and go get the good endings. But no, I had to go into New Game Plus. knew there was a guy behind me. I still wasn't hitting him. Right, so there's also, like, stealth gameplay. You do play a shinobi. Basically, don't get seen, auto-kill people, and it's basically useless on bosses, though some of the bosses are just out in the open, and you can get, like, a free kill on them. Kill in quotes, because bosses usually have multiple health bars. There's, like, an orb above the health bar that represents a whole health bar, and you have to, like, get rid of those orbs. So you can, like, skip half a fight sometimes with that, which is neat. Gives you a reason to, like, explore the environment around a boss sometimes. See if you can get a free phase kill on him. Otherwise, it's very rudimentary stealth, and, like, some of the skills you unlock just make you harder to detect, and then it becomes, like, a joke. You're literally sprinting up behind guys to rip out their heart through their butt. Let's see, so I keep talking about unlocking stuff. You start with a single skill tree, and you get experience from killing guys, so you don't actually level up. You just kill guys, get experience, get a point. Once you have a point in Spank, you won't lose it on death anymore. And then you can dump those into new moves and sometimes passive abilities. The thing about the moves, though, is that they're, for the most part, they're, like, equipable moves. Some of them are, like, follow-up attacks. But the optional moves, you only have one equip at a time, and again, these are all things for, like, uses. Like, the first one, he gets a spinny move, which is kind of shit damage-wise, but the damage goes through guard, so it's pretty useful, especially for Lady Butterfly, who is, like, a casual filter early on. But something like the High Monk is also one of those moves. Oh, jeez, I thought I was attacking. Fire enchantment, cool. So for the most part, I thought a lot of the moves were useless or even kind of shit. But, you know, some of them had their uses. Like, again, the spinny move was good for Lady Butterfly. During the monkey fight, he's another guy you can't really parry. The Nightjar Slash, which, like, lets you go forward and attack. It was good for closing the distance when I had to keep away from him. Getting little poke attacks with it. The High Monk is obviously the most useful because it's a more powerful counter than anything else you can use. There's a secret technique that you get when you pick up one of the MacGuffins, and it's pretty great because it goes through guard and does big damage. Though the strong ones consume your consumable thing, which you use to use prosthetic tools, which again are useless. So I didn't really care too much. So I felt like the rewards for exploring were alright. You'd get like heart pieces. Sometimes a passive, sometimes a boss fight, which gives you a passive or a heart piece.
It's impressive. But is it just me, or is it out of place here?
It is a maker trait. Most likely we will find
Killing major bosses can give you a damage upgrade that's permanent. And when you enter New Game Plus, you can fight harder versions of these bosses in like a series of 3 or 4 to get additional damage upgrades. So like, that's fair. When the game gets hard, you can just do those and farm out damage upgrades, but they're also difficult, so it's kind of fucked up. After you've unlocked all the skills, which exploring, there are like 4 different esoteric texts you can find to unlock skill trees. Once you have unlocked all of those, there's a 5th tree that's hidden, but also you can spend 5 skill points to get a damage upgrade once you buy some really expensive mask pieces. So overall, I thought the exploration words were alright. Though, on my second playthrough, I just, like, ran through everything and beat the game in, like, 3 hours or whatever. Got back to where I was in 3 hours. Maybe less. Because I skipped all the optional guys, too. You didn't get anything for fighting them again. I'm not saying the game's not hard, but I am saying don't be afraid of it, I guess. And I enjoyed it. Though I'm not sure I'm capable of beating this boss without getting very frustrated. It is definitely like a boss fight game, like you're gonna replay it to fight bosses or whatever. And getting the different endings unlocks new costumes for your character, which there are mods add in other costumes if you want to play 2B or Raiden from Metal Gear. Which is pretty cool. Again, for the most part, the bosses are just like fights with unique movesets.
Aren't we making a mighty ruckus?
Says the demon who announces his ambush.
It was not my intention to do battle, horseman. Well, such a passionate little thing, aren't we?
Do not test my patience.
Very well. War is too hazardous an occupation for myself, horseman. I am here in the name of blind capitalism. I am Volgrim, merchant of the damned, a trader who deals in souls for profit. Even in the face of the apocalypse, one must endeavor to earn a living.
And whose souls do you trade in?
Angel, demon, or even human. All souls have value to me. I've seen the trail of bodies you've left in your wake.
What would I require from you?
That depends. What are your needs?
Information. The 7 deadly sins.
Whispers on the wind say that the fabled horsemen are but pawns in a larger game. Victims of a grand setup.
What do you know?
I know that the first one's free. Call for me if you have souls to trade, and perhaps you will consider my wares valuable.
Sell me things.
Greetings. This will be fun for both of us.
Oh, okay, that's how I level up.
As you wish. Take your time.
Healing shards, wrath shards, havoc. Is it single use? No, it's probably just a buff. Echo mark. Holding this token inspires reflection of past choices. It's a respec? And these are upgrades. Well, I can't sell the freaking soul thing I collected.
As you wish. This will be fun for both of us. As you wish.
Okay. No. Oh, let's just go one of each, right? We're all good for now. I'll have to hold it. Obviously, Arcane's what you focus on later on, but for now we need all of it. Alright, as I was saying, the fights just feel like normal fights. Enemies have unique movesets. With the mid-bosses you encounter, they will reappear a few times. I think there's like 3 instances of most of the bosses. Aside from the unique ones, they give you the damage upgrades. The exception of Genichiro, who appears as a normal enemy later on.
Found and feed of the scraps of a world they helped destroy.
Indeed they do.
But despite his thirst for souls, Volgrim may be a useful tool on this journey.
So, you know, he gave me a lot of trouble the first time I fought him, but, you know, he appeared as a normal enemy in different skin later on, and, you know, I learned to fight him, and, he ends up being the first phase of the final boss before he switches to something else. And he's a fucking joke. I can kill him without getting hit in, like, less than a minute. Which is important, because the rest of the boss is really hard, obviously. I haven't beat him. But there are a couple bosses, like, one of them just a cool moment, but it's otherwise a throwaway fight. It's really easy. And there are, like, 2 of them that... 3 of them that break the game. And that they just, like, don't want you to play what you've learned. Those are, spoilers, I'm gonna call him Big Daddy, like from BioShock for now. Someone will know what that means. But basically, he doesn't have any perilous attacks. So it becomes an HP fight, because you're... You know, he dodges a lot, and if you try to stab him, he will use your own moves against you. He's very much like fighting yourself. So it becomes like an HP fight, which there are very few of in the game.
They seem to have taken over everything.
Indeed, mistress.
You fight him again later on, where he does have a single perilous attack, but, like, he's basically still just an HP fight. And then there's another one who's entirely optional. But he's basically a Bloodborne boss. You can't block any of his attacks. You can't parry him at all. He has a lot of health. He does, like, massive damage to you. And yeah, he basically just feels like you're fighting something from Dark Souls or Bloodborne, but, like, it's much worse because you don't have the mechanics of those games to work with. There is a difficult to pull off cheese to make him jump off the level, though, and that's how I killed him, because fuck that guy, he's from the wrong game. So, the first form of Big Daddy, I feel, is an okay fight, because it's like fighting yourself, and it's cool. His second form was unnecessary and difficult, and him along with the Bloodborne boss, I feel like, are just bad, because they don't work with the game's core design philosophy. Yeah, I can't get over there yet. So, overall, I enjoyed the game. Maybe a bit more than I thought I would, but I also don't think that it's, like, amazing. It's no Dark Souls. Which I guess is important because, you know, it's from Software, everyone expected a Dark Souls clone. But yeah, it's just alright. I'll give it like an 8 out of 10 maybe. Not Game of the Year, but it won Game of the Year, so what, I guess nothing good came out that year, question mark. That was the year Death Stranding came out. Which we'll talk about in a little bit, but I am also playing that and I actually fucking love it, so that's why I would have picked over it, I guess.
I'm curious as to who remains here, if anyone.
But we've got cutscenes and Vorum.
What would you ask? This will be fun for both of us. As you wish.
This will be fun for both of us. Don't want damage or health. Probably health, right?
For now.
Can I get an enchantment? Do I just equip that on my own, or do I need a weapon for that? Yeah, I don't think you can enchant your main weapon. So, how do I equip my freaking hotbar? To this? I'm gonna use these two. A lot of people like to hold on to these to use for store items, which I guess I'll buy something from the store if I have enough, but I'm really just gonna use them on stats because it doesn't matter.
Humble merchant. Take your time.
So that's how I recharge them. Guys drop big healies sometimes. Those all cost 5,000, so we're just going to
This will be fun for
dump it in him.
As you wish. Farewell.
Raw damage for now. The arcane damage will matter more once I have a hollow, because it affects the elemental damage. Right now it's just on counterattacks.
Behind me, wee ones! Let me tend to our uninvited guests. A horseman.
Fury, currently reserving the right to kill you where you stand. And you are?
Surprised, and more than a little relieved. Call me Ulfane Blackhammer.
So you'll not be flattening me today?
A maker, are you not?
Aye, when there's something to make. Today, my skills are only aimed towards instruments of death.
This is not your war.
No, Not theirs neither. Like your council, I care for balance, horseman. Humans, frail as they be, are part of the balance. Surely you're here to help protect them.
Wrong question.
A tribe of useless, hairless simians whose greatest talent was inventing ingenious new ways to divide and destroy one another. They could suffer forever or die tomorrow, and I wouldn't bat an eye either way.
And what is your business here?
What do they call you?
Jones.
Jones. Question me again with your last breath.
Look around. Look what's happened here. Do you honestly think anything scares me now?
Easy, lad. This one's none for trifles.
Yeah? What do I have to lose? This moronic conflict makes you all look so stupid. Angel, demon, horseman, even maker. What are you even fighting for, huh? Tell me!
I like this one. You may continue breathing, Jones.
Horseman, please.
Power move.
To have you on our side would turn the tide in ways we cannot measure. Humanity might stand a chance.
While my mission does involve balance, it does not require them. I am here to root out the 7 deadly sins and return them to the Council. No less, no more.
What if I can help you? That bit of chain you carry could use some work.
I sincerely doubt that. I'm faring quite well without any help.
Of course. But in case you missed the moniker, I am a maker who specializes in instruments of destruction, chaos, and the deliverance of pain. So it stands to reason that we little Ulthane could enhance your arsenal if your horsemanship would give me the chance.
In exchange for?
Humanity will not survive without aid. If you come across any humans on your journey, please direct them here. Haven is the only place they might be sufficiently protected.
Direct them? How do you expect the apes to cross a battlefield and find you?
Oh, I don't. They'll need this. The bridge. Only humans can use it. One touch, they're sent to Haven.
Must I touch them? I accept your offer, Maker. Though I doubt it will make your collection any less useless.
We have a non-deal, then. As a show of good faith, a gift. Wrath.
Where?
You seek a pit of hellstretch set in the Nether, beneath the city. And please, horsemen.
Yes, yes. I will shepherd the wee ones your way, pointless as it may be.
We'll see. And remember, Fury. The doors of Haven stand open to any who ask.
Yay. As I remember, when you collect humans, you get passive bonuses. Is the forge not open yet, Uthane?
How can a hammer be of service, Fury? Aiming to lay down a mighty hurt, are we?
I don't have any adamantite.
Let's see what I can do for you.
Physical and arcane damage up, plus health. One or the other, and then both. Alright.
Interesting. Take care. And, watch your back.
Don't I have anything to equip it in? I don't think. Still trying to figure that out. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I thought that it would show like an empty circle or something next to it, so I didn't even think it was an option. You people need things. Demons don't have things. They have rocks. That human run up? No, man, right there. Why do I feel like there's a side quest I can pick up?
Safe.
Why do I feel like there's side quests in the
I can
game?
finally sleep safe.
Ooh. It's hard to get a straight swing on that. I don't have anything to burn the webs yet. Is it Jones? He the one I gotta talk to? Oh, hey, another maker.
Well met, horseman.
Even welcomes you.
They don't have much, but they get by. It's what humans do.
Ich warte Morgan Freeman Dodge.
He is certainly committed to his cause.
Thane, he is blind to what truly matters.
Perhaps, yes.
Just another pawn who will never understand the game into which he's been played. And he does love the sound of his own voice, doesn't he?
Not like anyone I know.
Did you say something?
Is that an autosave? I was just thinking I should probably save, right? But, yeah, auto-saving. Okay, so I actually have a long list of things to talk about, but we already mentioned Death Stranding, so I guess we'll go to that next. I don't know where to start here. There was a ton of trippy promo material for this game, right? All like weird theatrical movie trailers, because you know Kojima wants to make movies, but he makes games for some reason. Which is why it's hilarious Metal Gear Solid 4 is still stuck on the PS3, because, like, it's a movie, what do you have to port? It's releasing on fucking DVD. There are small gameplay segments, but, like, they're unnecessary. Let's see, there was, like, one that was, like, a World War I thing that people thought was a different game entirely, with, like, a monster chasing you through the trenches. That was actually Death Stranding. There's the one from World War II with the Jim Sterling looking guy, aka Guillermo del Toro, who also helped write the game, I think. There's all the bullshit with the baby, the fetus in the tank. And naked people, holes in the ground, floating dead guys. All very trippy stuff. Probably just made there to get buzz, but you know what? To their credit, all of that is in fact in the game. And it makes sense in the moment. You'd think it would be like crazy nonsensical bullshit, but like, they're drip feeding it to you. The game does start with, like, at least an hour of cutscenes. With, like, a little bit of walking in between, which, yes, the gameplay is walking, so, like, technically you get to play the game for a little bit, but... After that, you do get to start playing the actual game, and, again, it drip feeds all the weird stuff to you. And, I am currently not very confused. Like, I have a solid idea of what's going on, and this is a unique philosophical conversation about life and death and being connected to other people and what social media is doing to us, all kinds of stuff like that. And yeah, it's very interesting. if you like to read all the extra stuff in the game, this is definitely for you. Again, there's so many different avenues I can take this conversation. Do I talk about the story? Do I talk about the gameplay first? I guess I'll start by explaining the world then. We'll go with gameplay afterwards. So we start out by following our man Sam Porter, riding his motorcycle, making a delivery. He comes into a crash, runs into some timefall, which you see, like, appears to burn him when it touches his skin. It's actually aging him, that's why it's called timefall. It ages everything. You might notice that the grass is quickly growing and dying under his feet, too. So as you might imagine, that really fucked up the whole world, with rain aging everything. So people had to move underground where they'd be safe. In addition to that, people are living a lot more spread out than before, aside from all the destruction that happened on the surface. When people die, they create the monsters. The monsters are in fact dead people trying to return to their body. So the first major delivery you do is a dead body delivery, because you have to get them burnt so the ghost can't return to it. If the ghost does return to it, it'll create a void out, which is like a nuke blipping out a big chunk of the earth, sending it over to the dead world. So with people like living so far apart, they're getting like less amounts of hormonal stimuli and whatnot. So the first delivery you are making during that intro cutscene is actually what are called smart drugs, which are stuff like dopamine, serotonin, stuff like that. It's like vitamins people take to feel good since they're like not talking to other people or having sex or whatever. One of the notes says that most of the population has become asexual, actually. So the guy's name's Sam Porter. You probably heard Sam Porter Bridges. Basically everyone's name is like a pun or it has some meaning as to what their actual title or purpose is. So in reality, your guy's name is Sam Strand. You're the son of the female president of the United States, Bridget Strand, and you don't like your mother, so you ran away and you became a porter, aka a mailman. So Sam Porter. Through this story, you quickly end up rejoining Bridges, which is America, essentially. So you become Sam Porter Bridges, as in you're Sam, a porter of Bridges. Makes sense? Great. The guy who you go on the corpse disposal mission with is named Igor. And later in the game, you'll meet his brother, who is named Victor Franken. There's cameos from a lot of people, so there's Jeff Keighley, he's the Ludens fan. Ludens means like a player, so he's a fan of players, fan of gamers. The guy at the weather station is named like something Storm or Weathers, I think. Lots of pun names. Character Deadman says that he's a mortician. That's actually bullshit, and you find out a true reason for his name later on, but whatever. There's Die Hardman, who I still haven't figured out. Maybe she's a die-hard American or something. Whatever, the names are funny. Unimportant, but funny, goofy. Just Kojima stuff. We love it. So the purpose of our game is to deliver mail, of course, and your mission is to connect all these bunkers together with a new form of internet called the chiral network, which is better than internet. It lets you, like, essentially teleport things through the land of the dead and, you know, transcend space and time, whatever, 3D printing, all kinds of good stuff. So your job is to connect people. You are Sam Strand, tying together the not cities, which have all been stranded, because they're not connected. And, yeah, you see where the names start to, like, yeah. So what this actually means is you are walking back and forth between these places, and when you connect new cities, you get their, like, ideas and information that they've kept to themselves for however long, which means you unlock new technology. Stuff like power gloves, exoskeletons to make you run faster, new boots which last longer or help you have better grip. New tools, like vehicles and stuff, new weapons. The game evolves very slowly, but like it gets funner. Not that I didn't think the movement was interesting on its own. It's you have to balance weight, you have to worry about the terrain that you're walking on, you have to conserve energy, drink Monster. You have a magic canteen that literally converts whatever water you come into contact with into Monster energy. It's hilarious. I didn't even try a Monster energy until this year, actually. Playing Death Stranding. I knew I brought him to me with that move the first time he killed us. Yeah, maybe I just shouldn't fuck with that guy, or... I almost have my Havoc meter full. I can probably kill him if I have that. Right, so you walk slow, you can run, you have a stamina bar. When you're walking over rough terrain, you have like a temporary stamina bar that you like trip and damage all your stuff if you lose. You have a bladder, so you have to pee sometimes. Back at your private room, your pee, poo, and shower water are converted into special grenades, which you can use against the ghost things. Because you have special properties, whatever, you're very special with all your unique things. So it benefits you to not pee, like, out in the open world. You gotta go back to a room, rest, read some emails, listen to freaking Kojima's Fire playlist. And, you know, pee. Something I feel the game could have really used is just letting you listen to the music whenever when you're playing. Normally when you're doing like mainline deliveries, it'll come on and it can sometimes create a cool moment. The music's all really good. Most of it's low roar, which you may or may not have heard of. I haven't heard of them, but, you know. they did a lot of unique music for the game, but they are legit licensed music as well. Conserve some of my meter. I wasn't sure if I could do that or not. Yeah, so I wish that it would let you listen to it normally, because Sam very clearly has an MP3 player hanging out of his pocket. But I guess it's not what I think it is. Maybe it has something to do with the older deck or whatever. Which is what the clappy thing is. It has to be something else, actually. Sam makes a comment at one point when you're walking around. He talks to himself because he's lonely, but... He says, remember iPhones? Weren't they just the best? So how do I explain the walking? Well, you hold forward and you move. Your older deck can scan the terrain to tell you, like, how safe it is to walk on. Shit. Whenever at least it's in a safe place and I don't have to fight that big guy again. If you are walking on less good terrain, it consumes more stamina to walk, as well as degrades your boots more, which will hurt you if you're walking without boots. You, of course, get new boots with special properties as well. Every time you take a step, you leave a footstep hologram, and since this game is connected to the internet, when you walk in the same place as other players, it will turn into a path and, like, smooth out that ground, as well as giving you a sort of idea of what's a safe route to take, or the quickest route to the destination, which I think is really cool. Like, it won't be holographic footprints, it'll be like a dirt road on the map. Which is really neat. As well as other structures that the players have built, like watchtowers or generators to charge your vehicles, stuff like that. If you're resting in the same place as someone else, you recover your stamina faster as well. So there's actually a button you can press to just be like, hey, I'm Sam. Or if you're like tired, you'd be like, I'm fucking done. And other players that are nearby will call back out to you so you can locate their exact positions and try and figure out where to rest. Some players make dumb structures. Other players leave helpful ones, so you can eventually form like contracts with other players to have their stuff permanently in your world while you're connected to the internet anyways. And you can send them Facebook likes, or Twitter likes, or whatever, just likes, thumbs ups. They're basically how you get paid, because you're just so altruistic, you don't get money, you get likes. Of course, give you freaking serotonin, or whatever you need, your smart drugs.
This will be fun for both of us.
And you know, that sounds stupid at first, but I'm definitely liking everybody's structures, and I feel good when I see people use my things and I get a million likes for it.
Scream, horseman.
There's actually a weird cutscene where, like, you help out by delivering a person to a different shelter. and she gives you a real life thumbs up, and a hologram appears, and it's like, yeah, 100 likes.
No, just kill me.
Oh, stop your blubbering, human. Come to me.
Now.
Do you want to live?
What?
If you want to live, I can send you to a safe place. Safe as any, I suppose. Touch it.
Touch it.
Idiots. It's a miracle they ruled the Earth for as long as they did.
Jeez, I keep going on tangents.
It smells like death in here. Trust me. We shared a room 1,000 years ago.
So aside from walking, when you come to, like, mountains or whatever, you might need to deal with the terrain with your exoskeletons, or, like, there's snow that you need a special skeleton to really walk in. Or if you're walking on uneven terrain, you'll have to pull left and right with the triggers to try and keep yourself upright. You have to worry about, like, center of mass with the way you stack your cargo. Sadly, you can't inventory Tetris the cargo. There's just, like, a button you can hold to auto-optimize it, or you can stack it in, like, one at a time in order to try and get a good stack going. If you're high up, you have to worry about wind blowing around your tower, so maybe you want to stack it less. With the mountains, you can use, like, ladders and climbing anchors, aka ropes. Go up and down. These are, of course, all left behind with other players. Players can leave temporary mailboxes behind for you to make, like, partial deliveries or return stuff that other players had to drop for whatever reason. The rain damages stuff, so, like, you have to keep it dry. Try and take cover. You can build, like, umbrellas. There's also spray you can use to repair the containers, but not the actual cargo itself, so, like, you can make a delivery with a destroyed container, but, like, still have full life on the cargo if you're quick. But the quality you bring stuff will matter. So you have to keep it all safe, you have to be fast, you have to balance it the whole way. Aside from the rain, you also have to worry about the ghosts, they're called BTs, beached things. As well as terrorists who have guns, and before those are introduced, you have to deal with mules, which are people who used to be porters but got addicted to the likes, so they just want to take anything marked for delivery so they can bring it to a post box. And they knock you out, steal your shit, they throw out anything that isn't marked for delivery, so you have to go pick your shit back up. You have to knock them out and steal cargo back sometimes. Obviously, killing stuff is bad, because that makes more ghosts, so you have to use non-lethal means. Which, there's strategy to this stuff. You have, like, a limited bar before you get knocked out, as well as actual health for when you're dealing with terrorists, but... you can punch guys when their guard is broken, you actually be able to knock them out. If you get behind them, you have a string that you can use to tie them up, or you can just sneak around and try and tie them. You can also counter with the string, which opens them up to be tied from behind or punched with no guard. If you hold the triggers, you can do like a basketball sort of charge thing and break a guard. Running attacks are a thing. You can take the cargo off your back and swing it at them for additional damage. Or you can, like, do a punch with the cargo in your hands and release the trigger so you drop the cargo, and that'll make it a throw, which also does big damage. You can get explosives and use them that way. or like sleepy gas explosives. And yeah, it's very simplistic at first, but again, you get new technology as the game goes on, and it really starts to, like, open up. Shit, I just lost all those souls. Whatever, it couldn't have been much. I spent them before I came down here, right? But again, you're not going to spend a whole lot of time doing that. It's more like sneaking around the ghost, which you can eventually fight. Because, again, you're special, your blood has special properties, so you can, like... First you only have grenades that you throw and you can damage them with that, or eventually you can, like... Grenades create blood mist, so you can shoot a gun through that blood mist to damage them. Or the only reason lethal guns exist, really, because you'll get a game over if you kill someone for real. And there are non-lethal guns too, of course. And once you get vehicles, you can just, like, do large deliveries back and forth between things. The truck's pretty OP, so you start with only a bike. But you have to work for it, too. You're not even able to make them until you get to the second island. So you gotta take care of that one bike you have. You also have to worry about the weight of things. I said you had to worry about balancing, but, like, you can't just fill up your whole back. If you're carrying too much, you won't be able to move. Not very fast, anyways. So when you make a delivery, you get graded on stuff like the quality of the cargo, the time, how long the route was, miscellaneous things that you picked up during the quest, and how much you've delivered at once. Like, you're incentivized to pick up multiple deliveries and any lost cargo found along the way. And then there's also, like, an online help thing for, like, you know, setting up stuff for people to use, liking structures, returning their lost cargo for delivery, or delivering it yourself. And all of that will contribute towards leveling up those aspects, which will give you, like, more stats, so you can carry more, or your cargo will take less damage, you can balance better. Stuff to make the game better. So yeah, it is kind of out there in that you're just playing a mailman, and, like, a lot of people think games are this, right? You're just killing shit, it's action, it's fun, you see flashy lights and ooh. But, you know, there are a lot of people who like work games, alright? There are people who play Euro Truck Simulator and freaking Microsoft Flight Simulator, people who play Stardew Valley. I think that if you were the kind of person who enjoys setting small goals and shooting for them, then yeah, it's for you, alright? You need to like playing work games. This is basically the sequel to Paperboy 64 that we never got. Which is my favorite N64 game, by the way. We might actually play it one day. I was feeling it. So with the ghost, basically you need to stay away from them. If you get near it, then it can hear you, like... It can hear you. So you want to walk slow, you want to hold your breath, which consumes your stamina gauge. If you're already exhausted, then you won't do very good holding your breath. If you have your bridge baby active, he can make you see them when you get kind of close, which helps out. But if the baby gets too disturbed, like you've been falling over a lot or whatever, it'll go into autotoxemia, which is like a coma. So you won't be able to use the baby anymore. So you have to take care of the baby, right? It likes it when you swim, it likes it when you rock him back and forth. If you shake him too hard, you'll start crying. Which, yeah, crying, he can make noise that the guys hear too. The baby is viewed as a tool, since it's like an unborn fetus. It's made from, like, a mom who went into a coma before the kid was born, and so, like, the kid wasn't going to be born normally, right? So it's not quite an abortion, but... I think I have to do something with that puddle. I'm not... Maybe I should have left him alone. Whatever, the point is the kid was going to die and they turned it into a tool that lets you see the dead because it is technically a link between the living and the dead. And that it shouldn't be alive, but it is. Or something like that. There we go, now it's a bomb. Now, I imagine that's incredibly controversial for some people. Yeah, I understand Texas, like, finally went through with banning abortion not long ago. Which I think is wrong. In the United States, we value our freedom. We should not be able to tell people what they can and can't do with the freaking unborn kid, right? But then, you know, some people think it's murder, so, like, it was always illegal, technically, right? I'm not here to make an argument for that.
Being observant is literally in your name, Watcher.
So, in addition to just making deliveries, walking back and forth, taking care of the cargo, you'll eventually be able to unlock premium deliveries, which, like, you can add additional stipulations to it, like you have to get it within a smaller time limit, or you add a time limit to delivery, or you have to ensure that it's completely undamaged. And those are mostly for fun, but you get more experience points out of it if you're trying to grind out those levels. And there are also achievements, of course, most of which are pretty doable. I might actually get all the achievements in the game. Shit. So, I'm guessing it probably just looks really boring to watch, which I'm sure a lot of people are like, I need to watch this game first, because one, it's weird, and two, it's a weird game. So, like, you know, you gotta see someone play it to see if you want to buy it yourself, right? And obviously it wasn't fun to watch, so nobody bought it. Allegedly, I don't know how it sold, really. Probably not well. But you'll have to take my word and say that it's there's a lot more to it when you're actually playing it, and that it's philosophically interesting, the story, and lore and whatnot. So if you're the kind of person who enjoys the casual work-life games, then it's probably for you. Give it a shot. The combat even gets easier too if it's like too complicated at first, because you eventually unlock guns and like upgraded guns with like auto-targeting and stuff. It's pretty great. Really, there's just so much I want to talk about, but like you need to have played the game to understand, right? And I also don't want to spoil story stuff, so I can't, which really sucks. However, Jesse Cox did a good video, a good in-depth video with the Gentleman's Gaming Club. He also does a show about hentai under the same name. It's also pretty great. Watched both of them. And sadly, that's just how all I'm gonna get until I meet someone who actually freaking played the game. God. I'm getting kind of sweaty. It's been so long. I probably missed stuff in that discussion, but again, I don't want to ruin things. Also, I think I got it for like 20 bucks. I think it's only like 40 or so on Steam, but I got it on sale as well, so like, you know, if you're really that on the fence, pick it up on sale, and thank me later. Play the damn game. It's good. But not if you're a smooth brain. How are we doing on time? Oops, this one. 2 hours. Okay. I guess we'll talk about the DLCs for Immortals Fenyx Rising. I, for the most part, covered everything about the base game while we were playing Legend of Grimrock. Basically, I did everything. I enjoyed it. Thought the exploration was fun, combat fun, story but like it did get me to chuckle a few times, even though people said it's not funny. It's like, yeah, it's not hilarious, but it can be funny at times. A lot of well-researched, genuine mythology in there, so like it was a learning thing too. And basically, I only didn't get to talk about the final boss, which at first I thought was a joke, right? Because it cuts to credits, and then like you just fought a really easy guy. But then after that, you fight him again with the actual ending, And it's still pretty easy, but whatever, it's more satisfying. Actual fight this time. And yeah, okay, maybe, I think that was maybe patched it, I'm not entirely sure, because a lot of people said the final boss was a joke in their reviews, I think. But we're here to talk about the DLCs. So the first one, called The New God, picks up right after the game ends. And it's basically a bunch of new platforming challenges. There is some combat, but it is mostly platforming stuff with some new abilities. And it's actually really fun. They introduce a lot of new mechanics. They further explore the stuff that was already there. I thought that the puzzles were one of the game's strong suits, actually, and how many unique ways they came up with using the abilities that you had. Really, Breath of the Wild could have taken some notes from the game. I know it came out afterwards, and everyone compared it to Breath of the Wild, but, you know, whatever. It did some things better, is what I'm saying. Story-wise, there's not much to it. Zeus is a dick, but he's trying, and there you go. Everyone else likes you. You become the god of unity since he brought the whole family back together. Yeah, it's called New God. You become a god, okay? I'm not spoiling why that is, but okay. The next one, Myths of the Eastern Realm, is a mini-game. Took me roughly 6 hours. You just, like, power level through the normal game's progression in a Chinese mythology themed thing. Play a different character, a young man named Who, I think it was. And, I'm gonna say that he's more likable than Fenyx. Maybe because he wasn't written for both genders or whatever, I don't know. But...
Sloth. I heard tales, but truly, he is a terrible sight to behold. I think I may be sick.
Again, it's not something you necessarily play for the story, but I think that, like, if you were playing it for the story, it's better than the base game. Combat's fun. Introduced a new mechanic to go with the combo meter, where,
Greetings. This will be fun for both of us.
Basically, as you maintain a combo, you do more damage and stuff. But in addition to that, your spells become more powerful up to, like, level 3, and then you consume it when you use the spell or whatever. Which in the base game, you can get certain equipment things, so it'd be like you gain more damage per each color level of the thing, and then, like, one of the abilities you unlock at another color level. So, like, it added up that way, but if you weren't using that equipment, it was useless. It was just a number. So I thought that was a really solid mechanic to add. As well as just new platforming things, like, even more than what they did in the previous expansion. And, overall, solid. Didn't overstay its welcome. I feel like they should just add less upgrades instead of making me go through the standard number in such a short span. Because I would get like 3 damage upgrades at once, and like, what was the point of having 3 levels if I only get to play with 2 of them? And, you know, I got to learn about the Chinese mythology, which you don't really see explored ever. Mostly because China likes to censor everything. Like, remember Jade Empire? There's, like, ghosts in that game. That's fucked up, man. You can't show dead in China. Skeletons? No, those are not monsters.
The worst of the smells come from above.
I think I gotta throw it at this. No, do I have to knock it down? Yeah. I think that's a Black Knight kind of guy, like he drops an adamantite shard or something. Let's fuck him up. Crap. I like stopped paying attention to him for a second. I don't know what I was staring at. Oh, I can throw a bomb at him. Let's do that. Right, so I went like rapid fire through those two because, you know, they're the same game still, right? There's not a lot to talk about. They just introduced new stuff and it's good. The third one, however, is a different game entirely. It's called The Lost Gods, and it turns into a top-down hack and slash with Diablo loot. You don't really get equipment. You get equipment the same way as you do in the main game, like it's cosmetic with effects. However, enemies drop gems, which you suck into your abilities to give you new stuff. Like you can add chain lightning to your axe attack, or like to a special ability. Poison, more armor, more health, more stamina. It's almost like having a more traditional leveling system, but like more casual still. And I like it. The old progression system is more or less completely gone. You just get stuff from completing quests, and you put gems that you find for fat loot, or doing quests, of course, into the things. And that's how progression is handled. And it's satisfying enough. I didn't feel like I was ever, like, locked at my power level. There's always more stuff to get. And unlock up until the end. This time we play, again, a named character who didn't customize at all, named Ash. And she is the champion of Fenyx, who is a god now, so of course he gets a champion, right? Please tell me to get his loot. Well, maybe he was just guarding this hole. And, you know, their goal is to basically get all the other gods that weren't mentioned. Obviously not all of them, but, you know, a few of the big ones that you might have noticed missing. Like Poseidon and Hades.
Is it safe?
The combat's kind of the same, but different. They got rid of the, stagger bar thing. So, the axe is actually just like a heavy AoE attack, and then the sword is the fast single target. Which I feel works better than how it was originally. And the bow is, you know, it's a bow. It works a bit differently. Because of the new perspective, they came up with a ton of new different puzzle types. So exploration is still as satisfying as ever. Remember this thing giving me a ton of trouble. Okay. So the story in this one is, like, actually decent, I feel. Still tries to do the comedy thing, but it's got, like, an actual story going on. And Ash is a alright character. I feel like it overall just general improvement of the main game. So one of the other means of progression is just collecting crafting materials and offering them up to a god to transform the world in some way. Like, they'll add new platforms for you to jump on, or they'll clear out the poison gas in all the areas or stuff like that. And sometimes these are necessary, other times they are optional and you really have to go out of your way to grind the materials, and that's kind of lame. Fucking... I hit the stick to try and lock on, that's what happened. I feel like it was maybe harder to make yourself powerful in this mode, right? Because you were at the will of the loot, and, like, based on how far in the game would determine how powerful the gems you were getting were. So sometimes I found it to be more difficult. I don't think there even were difficulty settings. Also, you don't have potions anymore. Instead, enemies drop healing orbs or stuff like that you have to pick up and, like, conserve. Hit the wrong button. Just kill me, okay? So I found it to be a lot more difficult than the main game. Actually, straight up hard at times. Which you may or may not like, because the main game kind of easy. Even on the hardest difficulty. But yeah, basically, I think that one is probably the most worth it. If you really like the platforming, go with the Lost Gods. Mist of the Eastern Realm is neat, but it's probably the worst of the three. And yeah. Overall, solid expansions. I don't feel like I wasted my money on them. And they were all decently length, too. Mist of the Eastern Realm especially was very long. Not Mist of the Eastern Realm, the Lost Gods. I said the Eastern Realm one took like 6 hours or whatever. I was panicking. Okay, well. I thought maybe making him charge into that pillar would do something. And he broke the pillar, so I was kind of right, but it didn't look like it hurt him or stunned him or anything. I was also just being a coward. All I need to do is get in there, use my Havoc form, and pray. But, you know, I should probably take a hit first since it regenerates your health when you're in Havoc. Come on, why you gotta track me like that, homie? calm. Stay calm. We did it.
To face a worthy foe, if only for a brief time, before their inevitable destruction.
Don't
Bigger heels.
dislocate your arm patting yourself on the back. How do you plan on dealing with that, my bloodthirsty mistress?
Ow. The fuck? Can I hit him through this? Or do I have to come back to get that? Maybe I can throw it from up here. I'm quick. What's behind this, though? I would consider that enemy like a mid-boss, because I'm pretty sure it's unique. But it's really strange that they put it when we're so close to fighting Wrath. Oh, okay, we're in that place. I don't even need to bother. Oh shit, it was temporary? So then... Okay. I can pick him up before he becomes a bomb and bring him to the thing. I feel like he was supposed to give me an adamantite shard. I'm kind of tight that he fell off the edge like that. He was guarding a human, so that could have been his only purpose, but it doesn't sit right with me. Please tell me he's still dead, hey baby! Don't you dare eat that toxic poop. It dies in one hit. Poor pitiable creature. It made the sound finally. I'm kinda glad that I died, because I got my heals back.
Music to my ears.
Feel the burn!
He doesn't dismembering angels.
We all need a hobby. I hope you've left something for me. I'll try not to enjoy this too much.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Wrath, Shadow Legends. Only 2 hit me. I'm debating whether I want to start a short conversation or if I want to just shut up and focus on the fight, because this guy 2 hits me. Probably go with option 2, and then we might still have time to talk about one of the shorter games. Son of a bitch. Dodged too early on that. If I attack him, I'm gonna get into, like, a spammy state, I know it. So I'm trying to bait out attacks, but that comes with its own risk. I feel like maybe if I keep a distance, it'll force him to charge at me, because that seems to be the easiest one to dodge. Though it also does the most damage, because as you see, I'm actually taking 3 hits to die. But if he hits me with one of those, then it's 2. Oh, important information. I don't think I picked up any buffs yet either. The arcane shard, I guess. I mean, that wasn't perfect. Sure felt perfect. Come at me, bro. Oh. Whatever, I figured out my plan. We'll go on about a small game, because I kind of have to pee, so... Assuming the time's what I think it is, and we're like close to 3 hours... Yeah. We will talk about... Yes, Your Grace. This one is more of an adventure game, not quite a point and click, more like a choice kind of thing. You can choose your own adventure, I guess. If you played Reigns, the sort of Tinder thing, it's on your phone, but it's also on PC. It's kind of like that, but, you know, it's more animated. It's pixel art, but it's pretty. And it has an actual story, rather than like a procedural thing. I didn't play Reigns. My brother did, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's procedural. Like, he keeps going after you die, or whatever. So, the game starts you at, like, the end of the game. You see you're, like, about to get fucked up by a massive army. You're probably not gonna survive. And then you go flashback to what actually caused all of it. You see you are the lord of a poor kingdom. Everything's in sort of disrepair, but, like, it's peaceful. It doesn't matter. And you end up getting a letter in the mail that says the barbarian lord is gonna come back. I don't remember the name of the barbarian faction, but that's essentially what they are. They're just, like, bandits. They technically have a king, but he wants to come back for you because you, like... I forget what happened. He, like, captured you or something, or, like, he saved your life or whatever, and you owe him a favor at some point. So, at some point, he's supposed to come and take your firstborn daughter, and all of your kids are daughters. You have 3 kids, they're all girls. You're trying to have a son so you have an heir, but it's not quite working out. So you get a letter that says this guy's finally coming back. For reasons he never thought that he'd have to take the promise in reality, and you never thought that it would happen either. But it did, so, like, you don't want to give up your kid, right? So you call in one of the neighboring lords to come help you out with an army, since you don't fucking have one. And guess what he asked for? He wants your daughter to marry his son. Oh no. Well, I guess it's better than marrying him off to some freaking barbarian, right? So you gotta deal with that family drama, make choices with how to manage your kingdom and raise an army, get money, food, other resources to raise an army. And at the end of the first act, tragedy strikes. The king who agreed to help you gets poisoned during the wedding party. So now, on top of trying to build an army to deal with the guy who's gonna return, your daughter is now shipped off to the other guy, who is now, like, under a lot of stress because his dad died. And You know nothing about the son that you just married her off to, so, like, you don't know if she's being treated well or whatever. And you have to prove your innocence, because he's, like, he thinks that you killed the other king, right? So you have to investigate, raise an army, make sure the rest of your family stays happy, right? And there's a lot of shit to manage. You're probably not going to go through this game and get a happy ending. Even the happiest ending still has some stuff wrong with it. Also, that barbarian lord dealt with, there's another threat that's, like, a lot bigger afterwards, so, yeah. Honestly, the story is really good. Good drama. There are sub-stories with all the choices you do with the neighboring villages that can lead you to getting, like, trophies to put in your throne room, which can offer bonuses, like just more luck or whatever. Gain additional resources per turn. Per day. You invite other lords over and you have to, like, do specific tasks to get them to help you out and provide resources. And further choices you do can end up making them leave you or whatever. It's mostly just like a standard medieval world, but there is some light fantasy stuff. You don't see it too often, though. But it's interesting nonetheless. So yeah, it's basically just a really story-focused thing. I guess all that I can really tell you is that it's written well, right? That's what matters with this kind of thing, but I also can't spoil anything. I had a good time with it. I'm not totally dissatisfied with my ending, though I feel like I could have got it just a little bit happier if I didn't make one specific choice, which ended up not memeing anything in the end. So, like, I would go back and undo that if I could. It's not that it didn't meme anything, it just meant less than I thought it would. Like, the reward wasn't worth all that much. Because I thought I had less time than I did. Overall, simple, solid experience. If you enjoyed Game of Thrones, you'll probably like it. I guess I could say it's that level of light fantasy. Like, yeah, there's not goblins going around, but there are the freaking White Walkers and dragons. I did say there were sub-stories with, like, the side choices that you make, like the minor ones. I'll give you an example of the, like, one of the stupid ones, or, a homeless, drunk-looking guy comes into your courtroom and asks for money so he can get new shoes. And, you know, you can help him or you can't. If you don't help him, he might show up again, I think, and you can have a... You can try to help him again or whatever, it doesn't really matter at that point because you didn't help the first time. But if you do give him new shoes, he comes back, he's actually well put together, he learns how to fish, and he wants to buy him a nicer pole. Help him again, and he starts providing you with the premium resources every month. However, I didn't help him the first time because, you know, he's just a fucking drunk and he wants me to give him shoes. Like, get the fuck out of my freaking courtroom, dude. But you see how, like, my first choice affected how the rest of that played out, and I didn't know that it was even going to come back to bite me later. There are a lot of things like that that go on. It's not just like throwaway, you'll never have to worry about this guy again. Ah! I dodged into him. I was trying to, like, close the distance so I didn't have to wait for the whole charge and, like, whatever. It was a bad idea, is the point. Though forcing him to do the charge move seems to be working out. Even if I miss it, he still has a delay before his next attack. Fuck. Should I grind out my Havoc form? Do I even have it? I don't. I feel like I can do this though, right? If I get him to like half health and I pop Havoc, that should be an easy win. Just lost 1,000. Trash money. I don't need it. I was considering picking it up, but that would have been a wasted trip because there's none to fight along the way. See, you're only supposed to fight like 2 of these guys at once. But because I'm starting at the end where they all are, I'm fighting all 4. Now, presumably, if you made it past them already, it doesn't matter, because you have a different way to go. And when you come back, you'll be stronger. But that's, like, the level design, man. And enemy placement. It matters. Fucking hell. I don't need to get mad, I don't have anything to lose. I'm just trying to get some meter back. Yeah. I know I couldn't see him. I didn't want to see you guys come from behind me either, though. You could hear them attacking. It was like a sharp when I was supposed to dodge. That's good audio. Killed the big boy. Stop. Oh. I was trying to do the whip flingy thing to hold. It doesn't work if you do it in the middle of a combo, though. That's why I just, like, stopped and stood for a second. I wanted to do this. Because that's an AoE thing. But, like, nothing happens if you hold it. We almost have our meter back. Oh, yeah, I only fought one. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm alive, and there should be another guy here too. And I got my Heelys. Alright, now I just have to, like, not waste it. Stick to the plan of getting him to half health before I use it, right? I need to stop using dodge straight distance. It's a bad habit. Because I can dodge whenever to get perfect timing. And I can still run while I'm locked on. Just faster, probably, I don't know. Fuck! I thought I was able to take one more. I didn't know I had that. I just thought that I might. What? Come on, that felt like good timing. Oh. It could have been worse. If I get him to like that much health again, I'll use my Wrath attack, and that should push him like that much closer to the 50% mark. Yeah, I know I have consumables, but those are for pussies. I think the only time I used them in the last run was when we fought Sloth. Used like a defensive charm or something, since he has a swarm of guys around him. I'm good to use it, but I'm gonna wait until I take like one more hit because it'll give me health back. And you know, maybe I won't have to use it, and then I can flex on you. Okay, let's use it. Fuck! If I just dodged to the side, he wouldn't have hit me with that. It's something I have to consider more. Do I grind out more Havoc, or do we feel like I've gotten enough skill to actually do that? I feel like I might be able to do it without it. There's also not a good place to grind it out safely because you saw what happened last time. I'm sure one of these consumables fills it up, but I don't want to find out which. We got this. Damn. Like I'm fighting an actual boss this time. I remember he was just like kind of a joke at first. Just like Envy or whatever before him. And the other ones you actually have to work to get to. But these two are just like gimmies. Being too cocky. Just stick to the original plan and keep our distance. I'm tempted to keep attacking after doing a counter, but realistically it doesn't stagger him at all. So there's no reason to. He's just gonna go right into another attack. It only works when I counter the charge move because he has a delay after it. Fucking the crap out of me. Part of my fucking mouse pad like melted to the table underneath it. It just feels weird when you run your fingers or your mouse over it. Not even sure how it happened. Like, yeah, I eat food at my desk all the time, but nothing hot enough to melt it, and like, especially not at just this one small spot. Like, what the fuck happened? Hopefully I got a new mouse pad. Or mat. It's not just a pad. It's like a full table thing. Actually picked up a lot of new loot around my room. You probably can't see any of it because of where the camera is, but you know, I ended up going to 2 conventions in the 6 months that we've been away. One of them was like a local spur of the moment thing, and it was small, but you know, I got a lot of good art for there, so that was cool. And the other one was a little more disappointing, just because of COVID restrictions. Again, I bought cool stuff, but as far as like panels and whatnot, there wasn't a lot going on. I took like a self-defense course at one of them, which is a weird offering, but you know what? It was a legit course, and we got to practice on each other. So now I know how to disarm someone who comes at me with a knife. That's pretty great. Boy, oh 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 boy. It looks like my havoc meter's going up. I guess it happens with damage, not on kills or whatever. So we'll get that back eventually if we just keep bashing our heads against this wall. I need to use my wrath attack more often because it fills up rather quickly. And I need to quit getting hit early on. That run where we almost beat him, I was like getting into a flow at the end. I took out at least 60% of his health bar without getting hit. I need that to like start earlier and not use all my heals. So what happened there is I waited to like think about if I wanted to do a second attack, but because I waited so long, it did the pull-in move, which just brought him to me and made me get hit like that. It was like not even on my mind. Shitty mistake. What the? He's never done that to us. Should I start killing these guys just to get meter back? Probably. They don't pose any threat. These guys though, Jesus Christ. OP, nerf. All the things they could have changed. They couldn't make these guys any less of a pain in the ass. Are you kidding me? Do you think I can like Kobe this onto him from over there? Toby! Oh, it shoots too straight. Yeah, I might still be able to get him. Bug boy, where you at? Toby! Nah, she throws it like higher up than where I actually aim. I guess you're not supposed to be able to throw it downwards, it's only like a... You know? I wonder if they made it like that specifically because of this one moment. It seems like a weird stipulation to add. There's no reason it wouldn't just go forward from wherever your cursor is. Unless they thought that it was OP. Fuck. Disappointed! Fuck, did I just use both? No, okay, we're good. Woo! Get me nervous when I'm spamming the dodges. What the fuck? Come on. Come on. I'm trembling. Did it say I can push down to use Nephilims or Spite, like I don't need to have it equipped to my up? Did I read that wrong? Or is it like auto-select it maybe? I'm like afraid to try it out. Howdy, Spoon. I think our meter's halfway full. I just barely see it under the overlay. Distance. Keep doing the pull move.
wage war, not play games. You call this a fight? I thought you were the top horseman.
You know what? I'm okay with that because we made mistakes early. Three. I think the delay attack is always the pull. I know it says so in the freaking move list, but... I guess if I ever have to think about making an additional attack, I should just not do it, because it's gonna bring him to me. Isn't that strange how making the game more difficult just adds a new layer of depth, and now I have to think about this stuff? I said this guy was a joke the first time. I have to think about his moves, or how to fight him. I don't know why I'm getting so hot. It is freezing outside. And I don't have a heater on. Just wearing warm clothes. It's all gamer sweat. Yeah. Yeah. I regret everything. I had money. I thought I didn't because I haven't been killing too much, but I did. It doesn't matter. Oh hey, my souls are still down there. I guess I didn't actually lose them. Pretty sure I have like 2,000. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna go cash these in. If I can get another point of arcane, it's over for this hoe. So you saw how big the difference from like 2 to 3 points was. It freaking doubled. Since the bulk of our damage is coming from counters, that's what we gotta do. Gonna take too many levels to get enough health to take a third hit.
What would you... This will be fun for both of us. As you wish.
I got 2 points. Both in arcane. Kablam.
Do make sure they scream, horseman.
It's really weird that that's the dodge. It's not a dodge, it's an attack. But I feel like I should be able to dodge. Maybe with a different weapon I can. But for now... Keep away.
Bring me cries of battle! Bring me war!
Shit. Fuck. Arr! This ain't it. I ain't giving up either.
Bring me pain! Bring me cries of battle! Bring me...
I feel like I used one of those heals too early. But I'm not sure. I just want to make excuses. Right, we were talking about Sekiro earlier. I forgot to mention, it's not... While it is extremely difficult at times, it never feels unfair. I always found myself blaming myself rather than the enemy being bullshit or whatever, because, like, it's very clear what you're supposed to do at all times. You just don't do it in time, or you do the wrong thing, because you're panicking. That's the state of mind I'm in right now. I'm just like, discipline. Whoa. Alright, back off. I shouldn't have stayed in that long. Fuck. Go. Feel good about that. No. I knew that was a mistake the second I hit the button. Aww. I feel like we're doing worse. Probably because I have to pee. But we're gonna keep going. I will win this. Our thing's almost full. Oof. Stop. Oh. Well, I actually staggered him. I should have gone for more hits. Crap. I feel like this fight would go a lot more differently if I had a second weapon. But you don't yet. This is a very technical, bare bones thing. Ah! Oh, I thought he killed me. We're still going. Scratch that nose. Oh, there's the move he never uses. So does he just not have his axe until he picks it up? Is he less dangerous? Nope, nope, okay. He's using all new moves. I guess that was like a state change for him. Oh, I walked into that. We got him next time. Our meter is like, it's gonna be ready. It's over for him. We just gotta wait till he does the axe throw, and then we don't have to worry about the rest of the fight because we're gonna melt him. Still confident that I can get back there again. I'm getting that gamer high. It only triggers once you've transcended the gamer sweat. Your controller is sufficiently gooked. I just want to let him kill me because that was horrible. It's bad omens. You can't just push on if you get hit by the first attack. It's fucked up. Not too bad that I have to die, but still not good. I didn't even want to fuck with the timing there since I pulled him when he started charging. And we light up the sky. I know exactly where I was looking that time. It was the title card. And I still dodged it. And then I died. Well, if you can't tell, the gamer high is gone. Now we're in the gamer low. It's all downhill from here. Blah. You know, I'd love to bring you war, alright? If we were playing the first game, I'd be beating your ass so hard right now. I'd love to see, like, an and Knuckles expansion for this Let's Play War, actually. I think it would work. Maybe a mod? Or maybe Death would work better because he's got a grapple hook. You need to think about how the actual exploration abilities still function with these guys, but would be cool. Actually, Death has all the weapon types too, so you can just like implement them with the elements. You just like steal the art assets right out of the second game. It could work. Do I have any clusters? Angelic artifact. Adamantine chunks. And I do have cluster. Okay. I'll tell you what. Since we're in the gamer low, we're not going to beat this with skill anymore. We're just going to overpower him.
Great. This will be fun for both of us.
Okay, just barely not enough. I can kill something, but also...
Please take your time.
if we make it back to the Maker's Forge, I should have enough chunks to upgrade my whip. Assuming that doesn't cost souls, in which case I just fucked myself. I can also probably upgrade my talisman, though I think the Angelic Shard one does, like, health, which I don't really want. Or maybe I do want it. I don't know.
Well met.
Ah, shit.
What do you need? Aiming to lay down a mighty hurt. Some of my best. Didn't think it was possible. But now, interesting. All right. Let's see what I can do for you.
Okay, I don't even have enough artifacts to make a decision.
Ashes and blessings.
Cool. Oh, we do a lot more damage now. I just have to kill like one thing and then I can get more arcane damage.
What would you ask of this humble?
And
Please take your time.
you know, then it's over for him. Because I'm gonna be feeling myself. I'm gonna feel like I'm good enough. I'm not trying to fight the big boy. Oh. That enough? It might be enough. I hope it's enough.
What would you this?
Yeah.
For both of as you will.
Okay, is more arcane.
Do make sure they scream.
One of the best game developers. Honestly, I'm kind of sad that they keep making like Dishonored clones, but you know what? They're still fun. And it's not like everyone else is making immersive sims, which are like my favorite kind of things. They're not quite RPGs, but they are. And there's just like an amazing attention to detail. And you love to see it. I wish more people would go for it. If you haven't played Prey yet, freaking do it. Buy the Game Pass and play it. It's great. My gut's telling me that came out the same year as Doom 2016. And if that's the case, I think I like it more than Doom. Even though they were both great. It's probably my favorite game I played that year. It got overshadowed by so many other big releases, so I feel like a lot of people just didn't get to it. I only bought it because nobody bought it, and it was like, I don't know, like 60% off within the first month of release. And let me tell you, I'd buy it again, just to give them the other half of that money. That was too risky, but it paid off. I don't even need to worry about getting hit again. I'm gonna do enough damage in this, I feel. Or maybe not, and I just made a dumbass mistake. Whatever, we got him. Got him until I don't got him. Did I just healing item? I feel so dumb right now. I also feel like I'm doing just a little less damage to him right now. I know a lot of games like to lie about health bars. We got him. Told you I'd be feeling myself.
Rampage! Your master summons you! We ride! Rampage! Get up! Mistress!
You killed my pony.
It's funny what you remember in between screams. My siblings used to refer to you as the dumb one. Ah, yes! The harder you fight, the stronger I get.
Tear you apart!
Oh, you think you're angry? You barely scratched the surface.
I wonder what her plan was when she killed the horse.
Then let me dig deep!
She's probably gonna do some like God of War ass execution on him. But like, what would it have been? You just booty blast a knife into his face?
We were set up. War. The others. There are greater forces at work here. Much help.
Something is wrong with the world.
Delicate order is imbalanced.
Right, now we're in hell. I remember this being really hard to get out of. Mostly because I didn't understand how to use the freaking nunchucks, or whatever the hell they are. Spinny flail mace things.
Step forward.
And they're good when I got lifesteal on them, but
Now
before that, I didn't get it.
ask of both angel and demon. Do you arrive here of your own free will? The tenants of the Hollowing demand it.
Those guys are both like top tier Warcraft players.
As do I. You have both fought this war since the dawn of time. You are weary. Yet, immortality prevents the ultimate respite. The Lord of the Hollows alone can bestow upon you this gift. The final release. No longer will your souls be recycled time and time again to fight for heaven and hell. They are now mine. And you are finally free.
Cowards!
The impetuous creature awakens. Deluded pawn of the Charred Council. Do you even know where you are?
I know exactly where I am. The stench betrays you. The Hollows is a hell all its own.
Indeed. But it is one that I alone rule.
What did you do to them?
Nothing that they did not wish for. You wear your ignorance on your face. The true consequences of this so-called war for balance are beyond your comprehension. Perhaps I should hollow you. A watcher. This only confirms what I already held to be true. You are just a puppet. The Council is playing you to further their own machinations.
Enough! Unlike you, I have not come to this place for personal gain. The 7 deadly sins must be eliminated once and for all to
What's he
protect the
carrying?
balance you mock. I will not be deterred.
An anvil or sarcophagus?
The truth, oh Lord. And she is tenacious, to say the least.
Your words carry no weight with me. They stink of lies. Prove your commitment to balance.
What, you want me to juggle? Oh shit, Shore fell asleep. Cutscenes. Come on, connect. Holy shit. Are we good? Oh my god.
This is more than a test of battle.
A demonstration, horseman. You wasn't quick to combat. Your whip ready to crack. True righteousness requires true insight. If this was a test, you have failed. To resist a call to raw impulse is a different type of strength.
Spare your wisdom. I know my strength, and when I prove it to the Council, I alone will lead the Horsemen. The 7 will be destroyed, along with their designs for a world far more hideous than the apocalypse we already know.
Very well. You will need this.
A flame hollow? For what purpose?
Even I am aware that there are times when sides must be chosen. Take this weapon, and know that I have chosen mine. But take heed, horseman. The universe has so many faces. Your survival depends on what you have learned. You must open your eyes to much more than that which gazes back at you from the mirror.
Fine. Can we go now?
Not quite yet. There is the matter of Abraxas to discuss.
Abraxas.
The demon meddler. If Earth is to remain intact, he must be dealt with.
Right. Meet this guy at the end of the game, and he wants you to kill him. And I didn't trust him, so I killed Abraxas. And that was the wrong thing to do,
And you
apparently.
want me to do it?
Who better?
I'll consider it. No guarantees.
Then you and your watcher be gone.
So, apparently, if you choose to fight this guy instead, one, you can fight both of them, but two, you get, like, a key item that's important for the ending. I don't think it mattered too much, but still, I wish I had it. I loaded up my other save file before this and saw I was missing, like, 2 keys. Left bumper plus B, press Y to perform attack. Okay. So these things. Fasten to make fire. I remember this being like the only part that I actually used because it caused burning. And then, you know, the actual attacks are good when you have lifesteal on them. There's a Volgrim.
I see you have procured the Flame Hollow. How much for it?
You're kidding.
I am. Look at you, learning to identify humor. That's character growth.
While you remain painfully the same. Do you want something?
Well, since you asked, I require... Oh, I hate this word. I require your help.
Really?
And truly, as you know, I'm a demon about town, a busy soul trader. My business takes me all across this world and others, but something is blocking my way. Someone is muscling in on the serpent holes. This invasion has stripped me of my ability to move freely throughout the realm.
Sounds like your problem, not mine.
The Stone Marauders wish to control the serpent holes themselves. One must confront these unwieldy beasts for the good of all. All right, but for the good of demons and horsemen, the serpent holes must be cleansed. And that Flame Hollow is the first key. As you know, I am unfit for such an outing, but you and your whip are so much more persuasive.
Why would I help you?
This has the makings of a mutually beneficial relationship.
I've heard this before. Still not happening. Ever.
There are treasures hidden away in the Serpentine network. You clear the way for me, they are yours. You will require more hollows to traverse the network in its entirety, but it will be worth it. Unlock the passageways, lay waste to the Guardians, and I promise their bountiful treasures are yours and yours alone.
I'll consider it, demon.
Ah, Fury! How kind of you to pay me a visit. I trust the slaying is going well.
None of your concern, demon.
This is DLC
Your
stuff,
tone
if you
betrays
didn't tell.
yours, man. You see, I was right after all, yes? You and your kin have been deceived.
That's no secret.
Why the lip sync is off.
Surely angels are the most likely suspect. Wouldn't you agree after what happened to dear old Rampage?
You are not fit to speak his name.
No need to unleash your might on me, horseman. Look to those who would benefit from your failure. Your enemies are closer than you think. This will be as you
Okay, so I think that one was the Keepers of the Void. Specifically it says I can get the Abyssal Armor from going through that, but I think there's other stuff in there too. Maybe specifically the other weapon forms? That's why I need the other hollows. There, these are new. So using this just makes me do more flame damage, some physical reduction, and more money. Plus it probably looks sick.
As you
I want it.
wish.
So it sounds like we're able to go into the whatever serpent hole now, but I don't want to quite yet. There's one room in particular where we're probably going to be stuck for a while, and I might go and check it out then, so we're like not wasting time. Also, I'm pretty sure this hollow lets us move in lava. So there's stuff to grab down here. We also got our triple jump. I think can be used in combat. Like, I think you leave little fart boys behind. Little poops. Yeah. This is the fastest way to move, I guess. I just swore I saw something when I was coming over here. Gotta be at least one more item, right? Yeah, there's one right there. Luminous Visage. These tattered remains can be shattered in your inventory to acquire the power within an attribute point. Does that mean that I level up, or... Yeah, that was probably a mistake then. I should have used it when levels were expensive. Well, we learned a lesson. And I'm not gonna complain about having more stuff. What the hell is this? Like there's an angel and a demon on it. But what does it mean?
Be gone.
Fuck you too.
The fire hollow. Something changes when I hold it. I can feel its power coursing through my hands. I feel nothing. Like wading through a pond. Ha! Incredible!
Oh, I wasn't wrong when I said you got the Sonic Colors rocket. Forgot about it. But it's exactly what we got. Rocket! I love the dumbass announcer. Burst! Why did it turn off? It doesn't seem like I'm able to turn it off. Oh, I just hold it and then neutralize it for no reason. Handicap myself. One of those. Old Remy. Remy Jimmy. Oh, I can rocket into him. Instantly apply burning with stuff in it. Oh fuck. It's just a damage aura? Can I turn it off? No. I guess that's why I would want to turn it off, so I can use the other Wrath move. I think we're just gonna go until I hit the next Fulgrim thing. Because I really gotta piss and my ass kinda hurts. I've got more stuff to talk about, I just, again, not planning on being on much longer. So we have that to look forward to next time, yay! Now, next time we'll either... Fuck. Trying to, like, dodge forward, but you can't do that. Next time will either be tomorrow or in, like, 5 days.
I can see a similarity here. The flame speaks to us both.
Because I'm off tomorrow and then, you know, I'm gonna work a few days. Shit. It really depends on how I'm feeling, I guess. God knows I'm not doing anything aside from, like, working on the game more. And we haven't streamed in a long time, so maybe I want to get more content out. However, I should probably just use the opportunity to actually finish editing what I have from Grimrock. Because I have not touched that since I did the Rage Quit. There's like 4 episodes I need to, like, get time-stamped and cut out bullshit from. Or maybe just 2? I feel like I have some that I didn't even release, and it's been like 6 months. It's a shame because the guy who made the mod was actually watching them. Oh hey. Secret boys. Demonic artifact. These guys even take fire damage, or figure it out once this guy's dead. I did not release the lock-on for that counter, and she, like, still went for the other guy. I don't know why. Maybe it's just that they do significantly less damage than the whip right now, but I'm still not feeling them. I guess they're good against guys who, like, you can stun lock, like the skeletons, but, like, in a normal fight, I just wouldn't use them very much. Fuck. Like, you can't do shit against this. But the one who had armor? Nah. Guys are stun lockable. Fire damage, yes or no? I mean, he took arcane damage from it, but, like, he's not burning. How do I get back up? This waterfall looks suspicious. Oh, right there. Yellow wall's got a different texture. Important. There's a heal boy. souls that they generously didn't delete. Ow. Dick. Keep some distance. Ah. I feel like I just ran past this guy the first time I played. We ain't doing that this time, no pussy shit. Come on. Sloppy. Part of that's just me trying to figure out how I want to use the freaking nunchucks. They're not even nunchucks, I don't know what to call them. They're like flogger, like sex whips. That's what we'll call them, sex whips. Dick punch. This? No. Oh. What? Y'all saw how it was stuck in the air? I wasn't actually stuck in the air, the character was, but I could still move. I was just like on a slope like that, you know? So when I dodged, she went to do the stomp. And that killed me, but I never actually jumped. Like, we were stuck on this. Make it happen when you'd be attacking. Proves I'm not a dingus. There, that kind of happened.
This ends now.
I'm guessing what actually happened is I moved forward, which made me go down the slope to be temporarily in the air when I wanted to dodge. Something like that. All I'm trying to say is that it's fucked up, okay, dude? Fucking slopes, they just shouldn't exist, you know? Everything should be flat. There should be no rounds, no spikes, no slopes. You know what they say, flat is justice, am I right, boys? Oh, come on. I was pushing the button. Not that it would have saved me, but I feel like I should have at least started to heal. Taking longer than I thought it would. Low-key, I was planning to use the Havoc to deal with them, but I decided not to last minute. Maybe I'll do it this time, though. I'm also just not using my Wrath attack enough. Like, if I'm on a crowd here, I should just, like, use it and, like, you know? Where's the Armored Boy? The dick punch goes through his guard. Fuck. Disappointed. So the armored boy comes from down there. His alert range is like crazy big. He always comes to mess with us while we're fighting up here. Ooh. Pretty sure I just attacked right into his attack. Eh. Trying to be less shy about using the respites, because you just get them back when you destroy shit. I'm not too worried about not having at least one before a big fight. And there's one right there. Did not give it to me? The fuck? There, I got one from the cluster thing. It's not giving it to me. You saw the green come out, right? Both times? That wasn't health. Probably should have used that earlier. There's more shit to smash. There, he gave it to me this time. I think it was bugging out before. Swear to God, if he hits me again, I'm using Havoc on him. Playing that shit. fucker. Are those mine?
These poor lost souls.
If you were any such cloud.
I don't know what the fuck I was doing. Oh well. Door's open, I can run past the big boy. I could have always ran past him, but now I'm going to. What was that? Oh, I'm in the room I died in, I think. But why? Got a new heal charge. Yeah. Seems I can grind this guy's asshole open all day and night. He ain't shit. Look at that pussy boy. Gonna get him without getting hit. Oh. No flex. Alright, I've been styled on. Yeesh. Where's my freaking soul cluster? No, we're not fucking with you again, asshole. For real? Didn't give me my stuff. Where's my stuff? Does he have it? Did it go into him? Is that a mechanic? Let's test it. I think we have a game theory. No, that son of a bitch did not have my stuff. Theory disputed. Is it over there? Is that my stuff? Low-key, I'm tight. I only had like 1,000, so it's not that big a deal, but what the fuck? Where's my shit? Is it because I, like, got out of bounds killed when I grabbed it before I absorbed them, or what? Probably something down here, actually. Alright, we ain't fucking with them. Wanna say what's up to
What would
Volgrim?
you ask of this?
Give these souls before I lose all my shit again.
Your time.
And, cool, I can buy those. Right.
As you wish.
Okay, we are done. I really got pissed. I feel like we probably overran by like, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes. Yeah, roughly an hour. Yeah, we're out of here. Either tomorrow or 5 days from now. See you then.